care about my dough stack. And she a down chick, and she know I love that. She sees past all this bad wild stuff because she knows at the end of the day the only thing matters is us. And it be a lot of groupies on the road, but they can't do nothing for me. I got a good girl back at home, matching charm bracelets and pendants. Whoever would have thought our relationship would be so tremendous. And lately, you been missing me crazy. And anytime you miss me, baby, sidekick page me. I got a dime piece, you know she the bomb. The type of girl you bring home just to meet your moms. I'm not Lorenz Tate, but I think I call her Love Jones. Cause I think about her every time I hear a slow song. And when she think about me, I think about it too. When she ride for me, baby, I'ma ride for you. Let's go.
You ain't got to put nothing. It's not what I want, baby. It's you. We don't have to go nowhere. It's not what I want, baby. It's you. I know what you got.
Got
Know you got love.
Why?
I know what to do. You, baby, all I want is you, baby.
It's been so long that I haven't seen your face. I'm trying to be strong, but the strength I have is washing away. It won't be long before I get you by my side and just hold you, tease you, squeeze you, tell you what's been on my mind. I wanna make up right now. I wanna make up right now. Wish we never broke up right now. We need to link up right now. I wanna make up right now.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming today to Dhuvi and Urvisha's reception. My name is Jonna. I'm Dhuvi's brother, his role model, mentor, and life coach. I'll be one of the two charismatic, charming, and single hosts for the night. Our parents are sitting over there.
I'm Akash, the bride's brother. I think you guys have heard a lot from me over the last couple of days, so I'm not going to give myself an introduction.
So welcome to this beautiful wedding reception that Dhuvi and Urvisha put a lot of work and effort into. Thank you for everyone that has travelled from far and wide as well as locally to be here. We're excited to celebrate with you today, and we have a wonderful night ahead of us. Yesterday was magical, and tonight's going to be the wow factor.
So the program tonight involves some electric dances, some heartwarming speeches, and some delicious dinner around 8 p.m. Dinner time will be the only time to get photos with the couple on stage, so make sure to hear more about that as it comes. Before we start, I just have to do a bit of housekeeping. So emergency exits are located at the back behind you, over there, and all the way to the back over there. Please don't look for escape while sliding.
Please stay seated during speeches and things.
Especially for the parents and feel your belly and know that you're not scared. Finally, one more important thing. The social aids are located towards the back and the right of the wall. Social aid? Sorry, I mean Sunday. The cactus is located at the right and after the wall over there.
Alright, the first superstar to enter the room are Dhuvi's parents, that's commonly known as mine. Siva Murali Appa, for those that know him, he's eccentric, fun-loving, and sometimes intolerably silly. And for those that don't know him, he's usually quiet, polite, and listens to my mother. Rajani, Amma, is the youngest sibling, and a princess of her family. She's caddy at home, right outside of the house. Join me in welcoming the parents of the group, Rajani and Siva Murali Haran. and Rajni Murali Haran. Give us a big cheer.
Okay, that was pretty good. How about for Rajan and Trupti Giri? Or, I think that was a pretty even cheer. Should we do a tiebreaker? What do you guys think? Why don't we just get them to dance again? Together?
You're gonna have to be louder than that. Alright, let's have it.
That was such a good dance. Thank you to both the parents for that. Now it's time for something really, really special. The entry of Dhuvi Muraliharan, or Dhuvi as most of you know him. So we've been talking about Rajnikant quite a bit lately, throwing around the term. But when I tell you that the live is coming, you better believe me. Now I could be nice and tell you that Dhuvi is very humble, but I don't think I should lie in front of 400 people, don't you think? You're all about to see the truth anyway in his entry. For the people that don't know Tamil in the room, Talaiva is a term for a leader, or more commonly, Rajnikant. So, when I say Talaiva, can everyone repeat it after me? Talaiva. Talaiva. Alright, let's use that to get Dhuvi to come in, alright? I'm going to chant it, and you guys chant back. Talaiva. 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 Let's get it up to Dhuvi!
Not salsa, not flamenco, my brother. Natakutu?
What's Natikutu?
பீடரக்காக நம்மளை பத்தி தெரியல. அபி தேக்கோ சூப்பிஸ்தானு.
Tamil Saluna. Well, how to say in Tamil? Exactly, I don't know how to. Tamil Barale.
My karuthu, what is I'm saying?
சம்பந்தம் எல்லாம் இந்த பாட்டு பாடுறீங்க?
என்னமோ தெரியல, என்ன மாயமோ புரியலடா. எந்த ஆட்டம் போதுமா குழந்தை?
இதுக்கே டைடான சார், இது நீங்க உங்க ஸ்டைல்ல ஒண்ணு பண்ணுவீங்களா?
என்ன சிச்சுவேஷன்?
பார்க்கத்தானே போற அந்த காளியோட ஆட்டத்தை.
think we can all agree that this is quite beautiful. Urvisha, you look absolutely stunning as always. And the bridegroom almost as good. But the groomsmen, we definitely look a little bit better. Urvisha, much more humble than my brother though with that entry. And I love how many Kritik Roshan songs are going to cram in that.
Alright everyone, settle down. One more cheer for the bride and groom! Alright, so everyone just take their seats. It is now time to hear from the people that have known the bride and groom the longest. Please join me in welcoming my parents to say a few words about Dhuvi.
What a performance was that? Oh, mind-blowing. Fantastic, guys, fantastic. Family and friends, thank you for joining us these last few days to celebrate the wedding of my baby boy, Dhuvi, and his lovely wife, Urvisha. For those who have forgotten us, despite our stylish entrance today, I am Murali, Dhuvi's father, and this is my beautiful wife, and Dhuvi's lovely mother, Rajani. This is a very special moment in our family's journey, and we are eternally grateful to all of you who have made time and effort to be here today. Thank you to all our family and friends that have traveled interstate and internationally to join us here. Your presence means the world to us, and all your help that over the last few weeks has been a blessing. Firstly, thank you, my new daughter, Urvisha, for throwing such a grand Father's Day party for Rajan and I. Thank you. Not sure how you plan to top all this for the next coming years. Dhuvi, our little Doha darling, he's made his grand entrance on the 4th day of the fourth month, and unlike his current nature, he brought no fuss with him. He was the kind of baby who did not give his mother any morning sickness and arrived into the world in under 2 hours. As a newborn, he had his grandparents rushing to his crib just to catch the glimpse of his heartwarming smile whilst he woke up. His adorableness was irresistible that his early childhood teachers would often request extra time with him when we go to pick him up. As an infant, Dhuvi never took to using pacifier. Instead, he developed a unique attachment to his cloth diaper, which he transformed into a makeshift comfort blanket for bedtime. We patiently waited for him to outgrow this habit, making sure we never misplaced those cloth diapers, as enduring his tantrums quite a challenge. We even thought he had moved past it. At the age of 13, he left his slip towel behind while packing for his school camp. But that turned out to be a mistake. Dhuvi later replaced the towel with an old singlet, and to this day you will find that singlet on his bed. Not meant to be wearing, but for clinching as he drifts into sleep. Urvisha, you will have to contend with Dhuvi's beloved singlet for some space.
It's very hard to break this.
But we skip ahead. Let's rewind a bit to when my little boy started to grow into a toddler. He was a kind of toddler who always trailed behind his older brother, craving everything his brother had,
I think we'll only use that.
even chicken pox. When Jana came down with chicken pox, we were adamant about not letting Dhuvi near the room.
Shaky on this.
Dhuvi obviously was observed us going in and out of the room, completely unaware of what was happening inside. So what was his natural reaction? Dhuvi chose to bang his head against the wall and cry because he could not enter the room. Although I cannot really remember the particular chapter how it concluded, those were certainly challenging days with one sick child and the other seemingly determined to give himself a concussion. Having successfully navigated childhood without any significant head injuries, Dhuvi reached the age of 5. Although he still struggled to pronounce his R's, this made a beginning of his journey into the world of sports. As many of you are likely aware, Dhuvi has deep passion for sports, and he enjoys quite a variety of them. His enthusiasm for sports is second only to my own, which has proven invaluable when trying to convince my wife to let me indulge in watching the game on the TV. Dhuvi affinity for sports may have been partly innate, but it didn't hurt that he often received treats from McDonald's and KFC every other Saturday after his game. Of course, he was never selfish and made sure his older brother got a share too. However, Dhuvi's venture into rugby led into roller coaster emotions for his mother. While I bought him mouth guards, I constantly got scolded for encouraging him to participate in what she considered a dangerous sport. Being a perceptive as ever, Dhuvi decided to heed his mother's advice and step away from rugby, a rare occasion indeed. Over the years, Dhuvi engaged in various sports, including cricket, soccer, rugby, basketball, amazing numerous trophies that we proudly displayed at our home. His passion for sports even took him to cricket academy training sessions in New Zealand, where he collected autographs from several Black Cap players. Along the trophies, ribbons and autographed items, Dhuvi also accumulated a series of injuries, starting with a shoulder surgery, continuing with 2 knee surgeries. However, sports weren't the sole arena of Dhuvi's talents. He also posed natural aptitude for music. Thanks to my wife's dedication for chauffeuring him and his brother to music classes from young age, Dhuvi was able to nurture this innate gift into full-fledged talent. He delved into the realms of music, Carnatic music and Mirdangam, and remarkably he taught himself to play harmonium just 1 year of keyboard lessons. It brings an immense joy to witness his enduring passion for and progress in the world of music. With talent spanning both sports and music and his adorable trick for those charming mispronunciations of R's, you might envision Dhuvi as an absolute delightful child. However, let me dispel this illusion. Taking Dhuvi shopping was nothing short of a nightmare. He would employ every tactic in the book to secure what he desired. At 7 years old, we experienced a panic-inducing moment of temporarily losing him in a store because he was deeply upset about not getting the toy he had set his heart on. We then heard a PA system announcement that Dhuvi was at the service counter looking for his parents. Thank God. As we watched Dhuvi's determination and passion for sports grow with him, it was time to ask him about his future. We inquired about his career aspiration multiple times and we got many different answers. Ultimately, he decided he would go to med school, possibly try to show up his older brother. We of course were worried, as despite making his late decision, Dhuvi's studying method was an episode of Friends on one screen and study notes on the other. But of course he would tell us to leave him alone when we tried to urge him to be a bit more focused. Scoring well in UMAC and GAMSAC, Dhuvi was happy to prove us wrong in thinking he was not studying hard enough. And now he stands before us as a doctor with an unsurprising inclination towards sports medicine. Now where does our lovely new gained daughter come into this equation? The pivotal moment can be traced back to 2012 when Dhuvi decided a significant dietary shift. Dhuvi switched from needing meat all 3 meals day before and after Navaratri to suddenly deciding to become vegetarian. In hindsight, Urvisha makes more sense as a driver for Dhuvi to join the rest of us as vegetarians. I am pleased to see Dhuvi has acquired valuable lessons from me on being a good husband. It bodes well for the future together. Urvisha, the pleasure of getting to know you in the past few years has been truly delightful. Rajan and Dhuvi have done an exceptional job in raising me up. And we couldn't be happier to welcome you into our family. Your kindness, care towards both Rajini and me will never go on unnoticed. Your unwavering respect and willingness to lend a hand are truly admirable. Rajini in particular has greatly valued your assistance in the kitchen and quality time spent cooking together during your visits. Dhuvi, our darling son, you have grown so much in the last 27 years. You are always there for your brother, Amma and I when we need it. We appreciate your love and care for us. It warms our heart to see the joy in you when Urvisha is around. You have brought a wonderful new daughter into our family and we wish the both of you long, wonderful married life full of love and adventure. Welcome to our family, Urvisha.
We love you both.
Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Kudos on being able to raise Dhuvi. I'm sure it was not easy for Jana either, being Dhuvi's older Palada.
Not as tough as it'll be for poor Urvisha competing with that singlet.
I'm sure Didi will figure it out. Now that we've heard from Dhuvi's side, I'm really keen to hear what my parents have to say about Urvisha, or as I call her, Didi, and I'll be calling her Didi for the rest of the night. Please join us in welcoming Rajan and Truptikiri to say a few words. Can I please ask that everyone remains quiet during the speeches, just to show a bit of respect to the speakers.
Yeah. I just need to get like a USB-C cable. I'll be using this one.
That was an amazing performance. I didn't know that Miss Urvisha can dance that much. Good.
And Dhuvi also, there was a like very energetic dance. I can see, I can feel. Yeah. Now the speech, I'm going to give you a few words, which is like finally the day arrived, which has two emotions involved together, sadness and happiness both. Sadness because Urvisha is leaving our home for the first time, and happiness because of various reasons. Main reason, Urvisha is moving to a very nice and caring family. And another reason, we have got such a nice opportunity to see many of our relatives and friends with happy faces, especially Urvisha and Utkar's cousins. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has come from all over Brisbane and all over the world to join us in celebrating Urvisha and Dhuvi's wedding. I would like to request to stand up and wave their hands to Vipul Kaka, Jalpa Kaki, who lives in locally like Brisbane. Stand and wave the hands. K25 and Rajesh Hua coming from Canada. And sorry, I didn't mention the name Alisha and Monisha, Vipul Kaka's daughters. And K24 and Rajesh Hua, son Darshil and Nishit. Rita Foy and Rajul Fua coming from India. Children Parva, Priya and Preksha. Chirag Mama, Gopi Mami from Sydney. Jisha and Arna. Mita Masi, Deepak Masa coming from India. Kruti Masi and Pradeep Masa coming from India. Manan is his son. Jagruti Masi and Narendra Masa coming from USA. And Anu, daughter. Yeah. So, thank you for coming from overseas and locally Brisbane and Australia as well, and from New Zealand as well. Few friends, they are from New Zealand, Anu, Hiran Soni and Hetal Soni. When I think of, Rutvi, not Anu. When I think of Urvisha, I always remember this one story from where we were teaching her how to ride a bike. She would have been only about 5 years old. Her words, Papa, હું હજી નાની પડું. Meaning, Papa, I'm still too young. This is the same girl who now drives a car by herself every day and has pulled off such a great wedding. Even then, she will always be our little girl. We are so proud of you, beta.
We would like to use this opportunity to tell you all a bit more about our wonderful daughter. Everyone will agree with that Urvisha is special. She has many good traits since a young age, and three come to mind, especially caring, strong time management, determined and clear about her goals. At caring, she always cares about others. When she was little, she used to remind Dada about his medicine after meal and put the medicine to Dada's mouth. She was enjoying that moment by clapping her little hands. I still remember. Even now, she makes sure that I get rest during the wedding. Gives everyone a clear message about a specific task list on our fridge, things to do. for us, and every night she checks. Did you do this? She makes everyone's favorite food. We miss her today. It's Father's Day. She organized for everyone. Make our special day. We miss you, Beta.
And I think the touch screen is on.
At time management, she's very good at time management. When she was little, she watches movies in exam periods. Croatian movie in grade 12, maths exam, and she came with us. Croatian is her favorite hero. That's why Dhuvi performed today. She takes dinner as soon as she comes home from the school. Even now, she takes dinner earlier. Ba or ba. Ba gets worried that Urvisha will come home, and she's trying to finish as much as earlier. Prepare for schedule for wedding and a to-do list for cousin to get juice and food at night. And determined and clear about her goals. She is very good at determined and clear about her goals. When she was little, she wanted to be an environmental engineer. Even though she got OP1, she didn't go for medicine. She wanted to become an environmental engineer. She was very confident to adopt any technical task like Lego toys. Even now, she's very confident and dedicated at her job. A week in advance before wedding, she completed her projects and ready for wedding events. Even though I remind her, did you practice this? I have to finish this. Let me do it, Mom. That was her priority. When she told us about her choice for Dhuvi, we didn't even have to think about her choice. We have seen over the last few years, Dhuvi is very caring and respectful of all of us. He shares both cultures, ours and his cultures. He takes good care of our daughter. He always says, Jai Shri Krishna, even though in his friends also, to Ba and all our family friends. All the cousins in our side love Dhuvi. Now they're going to say Jijaji, not Dhuvi. Dhuvi learns many good to basic words for easy communication with Ba. Not only Dhuvi, his all family members respect us. Thank you, Rajni Akka, and Mulli Anna, and Jenna, and all of our families. All are very caring and respectful.
We are lucky to have wonderful and lovely family. Thank you for the guidance and support throughout the wedding ceremony to make a very successful event. Thank you, all of you, your community, your families, your relatives, everyone. They are very, very kind. Thank you, all of them. Now I want to pass the message to newly married couple, particularly Urvisha. Beta, we are so proud of who you have become while you are now leaving our home for the first time. Remember that it will always be home for you, and you will always be our special little girl. Duarkan, I know you will take great care of her, and we have seen how good your pair is. You always make our daughter smile. We wish you both the best of luck for your future ahead. Thank you. Lastly, I will finish my speech with a line of the song. बाबुल की दुआएं लेती जा जा तुमको सुखी संसार मिले. Thank you.
That was a very sweet speech. And it's nice to know how much family has been here to help us through these last few days. Can we give another round of applause for both sets of parents? Our next speaker is Vindan Mama, Dhuvi's uncle and the eldest of 4 siblings, my mum's oldest brother. Vindan Mama is quite cheeky, despite being the eldest brother, and yet despite his cheek, much like our groom, he's his mother's favourite. Luckily for him, Geetha Mami keeps him in check, and I'm sure she'll be happy to give Urvisha a few pointers. Utkarsh, what does Mama and Mami translate to in Gujarat?
This one's actually a really, really hard one, Jenna. Mama, Mami and Double roughly translates in Gujarati to Mama and Mami.
Well, in that case, Vindan Mama, could you please come up to say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. Well, as I was introduced, I'm Vindan Mama. I think I'm Dhuvi's favorite, but he hasn't told me that yet. So just a little bit about Murali, Dhuvi's father. Murali and me and my brother, we were in the same class for a long time at school. So what happened, we finished school and Murali left to do his degree in a town adjoining Colombo. And we did our accounting. We really thought we will never come in touch with Murali, but guess what happened? After a couple of years, we were told that Murali is going to be our brother-in-law. So here he comes. So, but I must honestly say he has been a great friend more than a brother-in-law. It's great to have a good friend and enjoy times. And thanks Murali for taking care of our younger sister and being a great husband and being a great father. Fantastic, Murali, you're a great guy. Dhuvi moved to New Zealand when he was young and did most of his schooling in Auckland. He has always been musical. So these 2 boys went to a music school. The teacher is called Rani Auntie, their favorite auntie. So I meet Rani Auntie at the temple often, and Rani Auntie always says, hey, Dhuvi is going to be like Mama, and that's me. And I've always wondered why, and every time I met her, she says, Dhuvi is going to be like you. So I one day asked her why she says that. So she says, Dhuvi has big eyes, beautiful eyes, and a wandering eyes. You know, when it wanders, when he's in the class, when the little girls pass by, this. So there you go. And Urvisha, I'm glad you have ensured Dhuvi's wandering eyes will be wandering no more. Well, Dhuvi, as you know, has always been a sportsman, and as much as he has given to cricket also has given him a lot of injuries. So every time we met him, either he's getting ready for a surgery, or he has had a surgery, recovering, or talking about something, a surgery has to be done. So must say, Urvisha, by marrying this young man, you are accepting him in as his condition. And from my family to yours, I would like to say no returns or no refunds. The last few days have been a great celebration of the love shared between Dhuvi and Urvisha, and it's clear to see the good influence she has had on my nephew. In almost every photo I have seen Dhuvi over years, he was always wearing a basketball singlet. And Urvisha, I'm so glad you got him to wear something a little nicer for the wedding. The beauty of marriage is sharing life's experience together, from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. The key is enjoying every moment and making memories to last lifetime together. Dhuvi and Urvisha, I'm so pleased to see you celebrate your love over the last few days. I wish you the best on your journey together. To end, Dhuvi and Urvisha, remember to be grateful for each other and everything. And always remember to be positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Vindan Mama. It's really good to see that a cheeky mama is here to keep Dhuvi's humble. Finally, we'll hear from two people that have helped out tirelessly with wedding planning over the last few months, even year. Vipul Kaka and Jalpa Kaki. Please welcome them.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. My name is Vipul. I am Rajan Bhai's brother. Rajan Bhai is an elder and I am youngest in our siblings. That means I was of a young but matured age when he got married and had our first little princess, Urvisha. Urvisha was first grandchild of the family and so the diamond of our eyes. It was also as though she was born with exactly the qualities an eldest child should have. She has always been brave. She has always been bold. I have experienced this ever since her first day. Particularly, there is an incident from when she was barely 1.5 years old. At that time, I was 20s. As every child finds comfort in their mother, I did too. When I laid down with my head in my mother's lap, but with Urvisha, he had some competition. I would be as I was with my mother and she would come, grab a bunch of my hair and pull me up. Get up. Mara ba. Ba mara. Ba mara means grandmother is mine, not yours. She didn't know many words and couldn't speak many full sentence as well. But she always knew how to voice her thoughts. As only 1.5 years old, she was already the bravest little girl I knew. And today, she has grown into a strong woman. I give you all my blessings, Urvisha and Dhuvi. May you have a healthy marriage full of happiness. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to this beautiful night. I'm Vipul's wife, Jalpa, Urvisha's Kaki. And I too agree that Urvisha is the bravest, most thoughtful girl in our family. Woman, yes, but always a girl for us. The most loving, most understanding, and most considerate of others. Even just yesterday, when we went to drop her to her new house, she was making sure we all rested well after the wedding, and she told me, make sure you go to sleep early, all of you. I've also known Urvisha since her birth, as our families were close together before my marriage with Vipul. I remember when our engagement got finalized, our parents sent us to buy ice cream, just two of us. And this little Urvisha, she also joined us. And she was like, my kaka kaki, she said. Her words seemed to make the bond official. I may be her aunt, but she has always made me feel open with her. She trusts me when whatever task she needs to get done, and she comforts me when I need her. In 2016, December, only a year since we had moved here from India, Vipul was in India and my two girls had gone there with Rajan Bhai and Bhabhi. It was just Urvisha, Utkarsh and me, but they made me feel more at home than ever. The time I spent with them was very precious. My birthday came, that's in December, when we three of us were alone. And it wasn't the usual celebration with the whole family, but we went to Margaret Lookout Point and then had a dinner at Golgappa. I got a birthday card, and in it there were messages from both the kids, Utkarsh and Urvisha, reassuring me of my strength. Just as such, they knew I was missing everyone, but they made sure that I was appreciated. Urvisha recognizes trouble within everyone and comforts everyone. It is only one of the many beautiful qualities she has within her. Another thing I would like to remember is the admiration of my cooking. My Gujarati food, pav bhaji, and a sweet dish made from coarse flour named gauni lapsi. She never fails to appreciate my efforts in making them and never will stop, and I'll never stop making them for her. God bless you, beta. Hope you both find everlasting happiness in your married life. Thank you.
Thank you, Vipul Kaka and Jalpa Kaki. I can't say I'm surprised at any of the sweet things you've said about Urvisha. Can we give a second round of applause to the Kaka Kaki and Mama? Okay, so I know you guys are surviving on entree and drinks, probably buying for some dinner. So we thought we'd tease you by letting you watch the bride and groom cut a delicious looking cake. Dhuvi and Urvisha, would you like to come down and cut?
Cause you shine, something like a mirror, and every notice you reflect.
Thank you.
Let's hear it with Dhuvi and Urvisha, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gola, 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 gola. That was an amazing dance, whereas I think you guys call it in Tamil some amazing kuttu.
The second part, but the first part, I don't even know what the Tamil word was for that. Something so elegant and beautiful.
Okay, so in Gujarati we call a performance like that Khoobsurat. It means beautiful.
Khoobsurat. Everyone want to say that with me? Khoobsurat. Can we give another round of applause for that beautiful performance? And now, not for dinner, but something better. You're going to listen to Utkarsh and I talk even more. Utkarsh, would you like to start us off with your speech?
Sure thing. We'll just get the projector up and going, because I have some photos for you guys. You don't need to see it. It's all good. I'll just set it up. Awesome. So I've been told to say a few words about this couple, and especially about my sister. I think there's about like a 90% chance I'll cry, so apologies in advance. First thing I wanted to start off with was to show how Didi and our relationship has changed over time. So for that, let's go way back, and I'll take you through each of the eras of Urvisha and myself. This is the first era, when we were pretty much babies. I don't have much to say about this, I just wanted to include it for completeness and the fact that our fashion game was at peak. Now in the second era. This is when we sort of started primary school and our relationship started blossoming. We fought and cried and had lots of fun together. One particular story comes to mind about how much teamwork we displayed. We had this game where we would go out to our trampoline and there would be hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes on the trampoline. And we made it into a game. We said, let's go together and fight the mosquitoes. You bring water, I punch the mosquitoes. We didn't actually win, we just got a lot of bites, but that's okay. A second story that comes to mind is when I had just started school. This shows how caring my sister is about me. So my mom had given her clear instructions. Utkarsh is starting school. Make sure you bring him home. You'd think that was pretty simple. But anyway, Didi rocks up to the doorstep, and lo and behold, Mummy opens the door, and she says, "Where's Utkarsh?" And my mom just sprinted to school and got me. And I was sitting there just crying on the bench by myself. Thank you, Didi. This was also the era where my sister started her amazing cooking. Whenever she was hungry, she would come home from school and make us a nice snack. This snack was cheese put onto crackers and then put into a microwave. And you can sort of tell that from the photos as well. The third era is high school. To be honest, we started drifting apart a little bit in high school. She started doing all her assignments and staying in her room and watching Hrithik Roshan movies all day. And I walked a few steps behind her when coming back from school, just to be cool. To be honest, I was more scared of my sister than I was of my parents. I still am. One particular story comes to mind about high school. I was in grade 9 and I was doing a science assignment. I did my assignment on uranium. She read my assignment and she said, "That is garbage." She made me start the entire assignment all over. The fourth era was university. We sort of started being friends again. And she still showed me her tough love. She still made me read all her assignments. She still made me be on top of all my work applications and everything. But we started being partners, friends, sidekicks, all throughout that era. Now the last and latest era is the era where Dhuvi entered our lives. As lucky as you are, Dhuvi, I have to admit Didi is pretty lucky too. You are so smart, so funny, and so on top of everything. And you're not going to hear me compliment you much, so take it. You and Didi are honestly a power couple, as so many of you have seen in this wedding preparation. Didi, even during this busy period, you still made time to come and see me, talk to me. In fact, the only time where Didi and I could talk was when she was dropping me to the airport every time I came back from Brisbane. Anyway, there's a couple of things throughout these eras that I wanted to highlight that have stayed the same. Number one is that Didi is very caring. As my mum said, even during this busy period, she took the cousins out not one, not two, but 3 times in the last week to get paneer at 2 a.m., juice at 1 a.m., all of those kind of things. Second thing is, she's very, very hardworking in particular. If you ask my sister to help out with something, you can guarantee that she'll get it done. She'll do anything she can to try to get it done. Third is that she is always, and still will, and always will, she loves napping and food. She just loves it. I want to show you my favorite photo of my sister, which embodies her. She just looks so peaceful and serene, and she looks like that every time she takes her 3 to 4 hour naps every day. The fourth thing is that she's been my partner, by my side the whole time throughout our life. Every event, every function, every milestone, we've been together. Anything I am is because of my sister. Dhuvi, you took my number 1, but that's okay. Well, it's not okay, but it's good. I'm sure you'll love her and take really, really good care of her. But Didi, anytime you want to take a nap, or make me some cheese and crackers, just come over.
That was a different one.
Thambi, now I'm feeling Tamil. நான் உங்களோட தமிழில் கதைக்க போறேன். நல்லா இருக்குது.
நல்லா இருக்கு.
சரியா. Okay. Mota bhai, it's your time for a speech now.
So I don't have impressive presentation. I just want to first start off by thanking all of you again for being here. Urvisha, I said this once before, but you do look absolutely stunning. And every single one of you has been that way. Not that it is a surprise to anyone here. Dhuvi, as has been mentioned, thank you for resisting your urge to wear the same NBA singlet to each event. We especially appreciate the effort in not being half naked. Dhuvi and I met for the first time on the April 4th, 1996. Because within a few years of me, my parents realized that they needed another child. It was a meeting not of choice, and it was full of disappointment because I did not see the little sister that I had prayed for. But you have made up for your mistakes by bringing Urvisha into our lives. On meeting Dhuvi, I did try to look at the positives. I finally had a brother, someone to call me Anna, to play games with, to travel and adventure. Someone that would just be just like me. Anyway, I got Dhuvi. A random unrelated fact. 1 in 8 to 15,000 newborn babies are accidentally switched in the hospital. So I thought I'd share 7 character traits about Dhuvi. Let me start with untidy. Dhuvi and I cannot be more dissimilar when it comes to the state of our rooms and cars. Anyone that has been in Dhuvi's car knows the mess it can be. But his room, that is another level if Amma hasn't been there. That mess cannot be recreated, even if I grabbed a bunch of clothes, bags, random items from around the house, just throw it up in the air, and it'd still be neater. Urvisha, if you're into arts and crafts and you need empty wrappers and ice cream sticks, check Dhuvi's study discs. I'm not entirely sure why Dhuvi thinks he can hide his eating habits from my mother by doing that, given that she cleans his room. That brings me to your second character trait, indulgent. Having a sweet tooth is something that Dhuvi and I both share and runs in the family. The difference? Dhuvi's complete lack of self-control. He will tell you he needs to cut down, he knows that he needs to cut down, give my father constant advice on snacking, and then he'll go have a midnight snack. As evident by his drawer full of empty wrappers. The worst part of Dhuvi's indulgence. When you open the cupboard, you want chocolate, you reach in, you grab the box, and you find a box of empty wrappers. Yet, on the theme of food, Dhuvi's next trait is selective. And it's okay to be a fussy eater. Know what you like, don't like, have tasted some food and thought, no, this just doesn't do it for me. But Dhuvi, he would decide he doesn't like something before he's even tasted it. My parents would put food in front of him, and he would just say, no, I don't want it. Doesn't taste good. Hasn't actually touched it. My parents have probably wasted precious hours unsuccessfully trying to convince Dhuvi to try something new. The only other to decide they don't like food without even having tried it, that I know of, is our dog Urvisha. Ironically, despite being so fussy with food, Dhuvi can't cook. Thanks to Urvisha, he's recently graduated from boiling water for himself to chopping vegetables. Okay. So I haven't actually been that mean, because if you know Dhuvi, we all know how vicious he can be. He's got quite a good wit, and he knows exactly where to poke you. And he started this at a very young age. At the age of 4, Dhuvi was in the same kindergarten where my mum worked. My mum had heard about Dhuvi's most recent show and tell. Dhuvi had decided to use my soccer skills for a show and tell. Specifically, his show and tell was of my dad yelling at me to actually go for the ball and how bad I was at soccer. Seconds after this, I never played soccer again for the rest of my life. But Dhuvi being not only an athlete, but also essentially a sports atlas, there was no comeback I had at this age of 8. As you've already heard from both my uncle and my father. It was interesting walking into the house for a cabinet full of trophies of Dhuvi's and a couple of ribbons of mine in the background. And as my dad mentioned, the only person I know more knowledgeable than sports than Dhuvi is my dad. He always has something to say back to what I have to think on the NBA. He'll know the latest team rosters, not just for basketball, but for rugby and cricket. And he has an undying love for the Lakers. Dhuvi and I only bonded properly when I bloomed late and started to become better at sports. And we played in the same team. Our bonding was conversations of criticizing each other. I wouldn't call it constructive. Whilst also critiquing the other team, no matter how badly we lost. So with Dhuvi's love for sports, one might imagine him to be quite adventurous. But no, Dhuvi's next trait is that he's a homeboy. He has visited Sydney when I lived there quite a few times. Yet I'm still pretty sure that he's not seen the Opera House or the Harbour Bridge in person, because he just sits at our cousin's house. However, at least it matches his fashion sense of basketball singlets and baggy shorts. But most of all, Dhuvi is like a rockmelon, my mother's favourite fruit. He is hard on the outside and soft on the inside. Despite his savage comments and him trying to be very whatever in his nature, he is the most caring younger brother. Dhuvi and I have never been close in a way that we talk on the phone often, apart from occasional NBA messages. We don't go on trips together or do random activities, but Dhuvi has always been there for me. If I threw a party at home and was not quite in the right state to clean it up that night, he would have cleaned it up before I have woken up the next day, and he probably would have taken care of it all night, including chauffeuring me many times. More recently, despite wedding planning, Dhuvi called and offered to fly to Melbourne just to spend time with me. No, it's great. Knowing I wasn't likely to be vulnerable with him, but to give me company and just sit with me. I know that as much as Urvisha may take care of Dhuvi, Dhuvi will definitely take care of you. So why did I pick 7 traits? So if you look at the projector, those are Dhuvi's 7 traits. I was going to spell out your name, but I think you've given enough of an eccentric performance today to need your name up on the screen as well. And I possibly did this in a couple of hours. Urvisha, I wish we had spent more time together in the last few years. It has been difficult with me living in other cities. However, in the time we have spent, I know that my brother is in good hands. You've always been so respectful and caring and easy to talk to. You helped my parents out so much. And that is something that shows me the great person you are. And your closeness with your family makes that even more. A quote I came across while writing this speech. When you choose a life partner, you're choosing a lot of things, including your parenting partner and someone who will deeply influence your children. Your eating companion for about 20,000 meals, your travel companion for about 100 vacations, your primary leisure time and retirement friend, your career therapist, and someone who's staying here about 18 times. Dhuvi, you're lucky to be in hands of such a good cook for many meals. And I'm sure that you guys will have many riveting conversations about water rolling down hills and ACLs. I wish you both the happiest future and an amazing adventure together for the rest of your lives. I can't wait to spoil your children and give them back to you when they start screaming and I'm no longer cute. Actually, Dr. knows how good I am with that. I love the both of you. I will always be here for you guys no matter what you need.
Sabash, Jenna. That was an amazing speech.
Sabash. You know the term.
Oh, it's actually a Gujarati word as well. Sabash.
Well, thank you. All right, guys, we're finally on to dinner and photos. There is a lot of us, and we are going to try and make this as organized as possible. So during dinner, we'll be providing opportunities for everyone to take photos with a couple, as this may be the only chance of the night. Once you've had your photos taken with the bride and groom, you can then proceed to the back of the hall for the buffet. If you have dietary requirements, please talk to the caterers. And please remain seated until you are called up for photos. If your family is split between the tables and you would like a photo together, please wait until both tables have been called up. Firstly, the tables that have already had photos, the families, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 14, 15, 16, and 20, and 21. You guys can start making way for the buffet once you've finished this. And can tables 38 to 42 please make their way to the stage for photos, and then we can proceed to dinner.
Sorry. Yeah.
So entry is from the right side of the stage, so enter from there and exit from the left side. And there's also a bar tab, so make sure you get on top of that as well as the buffet. And if any of your family didn't get a chance to take photos at the start, please make sure you get a chance right now.
please. Yeah. This side, please. थोड़ा सेटल
think we're ready for the next set of tables to come up to take photos and then proceed to the buffet. There are tables 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. Please come up to take photos and then proceed to the buffet afterwards.
Just a minute.
So tables 33 to 37, please come up for photos.
It would be here. Yeah, that's good. Guys.
S3 है ना?
हाँ, A7 S3. Crop भी है? That's crop. I don't know. Wait.
Okay.
Done. Sorry.
please come up in your entire table. So if there are 2 or 3 couples on your table, please take a photo together.
ब्रो इसको ना अगर तुम्हारी बैटरी जल्दी खत्म हो रही है ना या ओके इसको ना ऐसे ऐसे करके रखो तो ये स्क्रीन ज़्यादा बैटरी नहीं खाएगी, ये ऐसी रहेगी। कभी कभी बैटरी कम रह जाए ना तो इसको बंद करके इसमें देखो। मैंने इसको बंद कर दिया, चलता रहेगा।
नहीं तो आप एक कर सकते हैं, जब क्लिक कर रहे हैं थोड़ा सा ये भी ऑन करो।
रिकॉर्डिंग
या एक्चुअली रिकॉर्डिंग में नहीं चाहिए।
सीट के साथ सीट है मेरी पत्नी याद के लिए। थैंक यू। बिजी यार, लास्ट डे अभी इधर से रिकॉर्डिंग ऑन कर दिया। कंफ्यूज हो गया, क्या कह रहे हो? ए यार इधर डिस्कशन चल रही है, बहुत जबरदस्त है आप कह रहे हो।
आप थोड़ा सा वाइट में देखिए, एक ऑफ कर दो।
ओके ओके बाद में करना है।
No, I'm recording this only for you might have seen a photo that posted it. She went to dance with.
Yes, thank you.
Where did you go?
मैं देखता हूँ कैसे मेरे दिमाग में रात में करता हूँ, मैं मल्टीटास्क करनी है मेरे ठीक है ये चलेगा। खाया? नहीं खाया। मैं खा के ना, अरे ये दे दिया, फोटो खींच के वाला। खा के फ्री हो गया था। क्योंकि एक डांस होगा। हाँ, सब। Because I need break. इतना प्लानिंग मैंने अपनी लाइफ में नहीं देखा। प्लानिंग। टेबल करना कैसे? प्लानिंग। टेबल ले आओ, फोटो खींचो। बहुत कुछ होता है यहाँ। लोग को आना है फोटो। वो भी गुजराती फैमिली और शौक जैसे गोरा स्टाइल। मैंने रेस्टोरेंट में काम किया। मेरी जॉब होती थी 4:30 to मेरी जॉब होती थी 4:30 ट्रेन के अंदर बहुत भूख लगी है। पीरियड किया थे। अरे लगे पंजाबी आएगा मुझे बात कल था कल परसों here Sure. Come on. पीछे लेके जाना पड़ेगा।
Can tables 27 to 32 please come up for photos? And just a reminder, once you've had your photos, you can't go to the buffet.
Thank you.
Please take the photos a table at a time.
Start. Deep breath. Thank you. आऊँगा बर्तन बांधना है $15 के लिए 4:30, 5, 6, 6:30 बजे एक ब्रेक लेते थे 10 मिनट हो गया हाँ कुछ लेते थे खाने के लिए स्नैक्स फिर मुझे छुट के काम करना है 10:30 तक और इससे अच्छी जॉब मुझे नहीं मिली है ना अभी कर रहा हूँ बहुत कुछ कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे और मेरा एक पल भी मैं इस काम छोड़ता नहीं ये चीज़ का ईजी वे और फोटोग्राफी है इसलिए जो पैसा पे कर रहा है मैं कभी छोड़ के नहीं जाता मैं अपना पूरा फुल वर्किंग करूँगा इसलिए जो बोल दिया है ना मैं करूँगा हाँ उसके लिए काम करूँगा हाँ Yeah. Thank you guys. मैं रेस्टोरेंट में चले गया मैं ऐसे करके करा था देखिए गालियाँ चलिए मैं ऐसे करके कैसे करा था रेस्टोरेंट वी आर पेइंग यू साफ कर जाके मैं शीशा साफ कर ऊपर साफ कर वाह क्या हूँ मैं फटाफट
Alright, can we please get tables 22 to 28, sorry, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 28 to come up for photos, and then the buffet. Thank you. So just to repeat, tables 22 to 25, and table 26. A reminder that this is the only chance to take photos with the couple because they'll be on the dance floor after that, so make sure you get in. Thank you.
Can all remaining tables please come up for a photo? Just another reminder, this is the only chance to get photos with the throwing group, so please make your way up if you haven't already.
साइड में काफी आ जाइए क्योंकि स्पीच शुरू होने वाला है 9 बजे से। क्या शुरू होने वाला है? स्पीच है और डांस है क्या? और थोड़ा वाइट कर दीजिए। या आई विल क्रॉप इट। ये फोटो में टाइम नहीं वेस्ट करना चाहिए। थैंक यू। इस फोटो में टाइम क्या वेस्ट करना? थोड़ा सा वाइट रख दीजिए। I'll just give it like that. Give it decoration as well. Oh. एक पिक लेके आओ। हाँ जी, प्लीज मेरे लिए भी लेके आना विदाउट टाइम।
वायर लगा के ऐसे ऐसे लगे
उसके बाद डांस भी है।
डांस के लिए हम ऊपर जाएंगे, डांस के लिए हम वायर लगा सकते हैं उधर उसके बाद उसको डीजे वाले पूछो एक बार,
वो नहीं देगा यार,
नहीं देगा उसको यार, थोड़ा पागल है। थैंक यू।
आपको बहुत प्यारा
अकेला आसमान में ही करना देना यार, भागू मैं ऐसे मैं स्मार्ट रखवाऊंगा यार, मेरा खुद का बैंड बजा हुआ है।
Hi everyone, we've got about 5 more minutes of photos before we wrap up so that the bride and groom can get some food before we continue with the reception.
परी परी है एक परी आसमां से आ गिरी सामने मेरे खड़ी मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया परी परी है एक परी आसमां से आ गिरी सामने मेरे खड़ी मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया वो चांद तारों की रोशनी है वो मंदिरों का दिया उस जाने मन की बस एक झलक ने पागल मुझे कर दिया वो मेरे सांसों की रागिनी है वो मेरे दोनों जहां वो मांग ले जो मुझसे कभी तो दिल क्या उसे दे दूं जान परी परी है एक परी आसमां से आ गिरी सामने मेरे खड़ी मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया जो मुस्कुरा के देखा मुझे तो हुआ मेरा दिल फिदा है उसकी जैसी बड़ी सुहानी उस नाज़नी की अदा उसी के ख्वाबों में खोया रहता मैं आजकल रात भर सुबह सुबह जब मैं आंखें खोलूं आए मुझे वो नजर परी परी है एक परी आसमां से आ गिरी सामने मेरे खड़ी मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया परी परी है एक परी आसमां से आ गिरी सामने मेरे खड़ी मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया हाँ मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया
பீட்டே ஸ்பீட் ஆகுது நீ தொட்டு எதுவும் சொன்னா என் blood சூடாகுது என் பைக்
All right, everyone. Last couple of photos, and then we'll continue with the proceedings of the night, including a fun game.
on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet
2020 மஜா travel ஆகுது டோர்னமென்ட் கப்பா பிசுஜாவுது பசலாய் காரு அது எல்லாம் சம போரு நம்ம பைக்க பாரு அது ரெண்டு வீல் தேரு come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet
ஹைவேல போகும்போது ஐஸ்கிரீம் பார்லர்ல நிக்கலாம் ஒரு குல்ஃபி வாங்கி செல்ஃபி போட்டுக்கலாம்
tomorrowவே இல்ல போல today நம்ம சுத்தலாம் one day இல்ல world பார்த்திடலாம்
midnight ஆனா கூட நம்ம ஹெட்லைட் ஓட போலாம் அடி ஹெல்மெட் ரெண்டு மாட்டி போது ஹெட் பைட் ஓட போலாம்
சீட்டு மேல வச்சுக்கிட்டு சின்ன சின்ன ஆசை தீர்த்துக்கலாம்
come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet
come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet
hey ஒட்டிக்கிட்டு பாட்டு பாடி இன்ஸ்டா ரீல் போடலாம் ஏன் உட்பி இதுன்னு ஸ்டேட்டஸ் வச்சுக்கலாம்
horror படம் theater போய் corner seat குந்தலாம் terror scene பாஞ்சு கட்டிக்கலாம்
சைலன்சர் ஹிட்டில் ஒரு ஆம்லெட் போட்டு நம்ம தின்னுக்கலாம் ஸ்வீட் இது வேற மாதிரி ரூட்
சுட்டு சுட்டா பிட்ட பிட்டா இந்த வண்டி பண்டிகையை கொண்டாடலாம்
come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet
come on baby let's go on the bullet on the vela படிக்கலாம் duet अरे रे मेरा सैंडल टूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में मुझे सबने लूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में अरे मेरा सैंडल टूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में मुझे सबने लूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में
गली है संगड़ी लोग बतेरे उस पे आशिक सारे तेरे जान के फिर तू गई क्यों बरेली के बाजार में
कल तूने बोला था मुझको आज मिलेगा शाम रे मिलने से पहले होते हैं मुझको कितने काम रे काजल बिंदिया पायल झुमके हुस्न के सब हथियार वे तेरी ही खातिर लेने थे कल सो
गई है आग लगी बरेली के बाजार में चार दिनों का प्यार नहीं ना चार कदम की दूरी सैया बैया छोड़ के पहले शर्तें सुन लो पूरी सात समंदर सात आसमां सात जन्म के फेरे पार करोगे हाथ पकड़ के साथ साथ तुम मेरे किसने देखा कल दीवानी तू बढ़ाना ये कहानी यही शुरू कर खत्म यही बरेली के बाजार में सिग्नल टूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में मुझे सबने लूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में सिग्नल टूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में मुझे सबने लूटा रे बरेली के बाजार में
गरबर बीट बजे ऑन रिपीट बजे आज घर जाने की ना बात करो जी
चांद को सोने ना दो सुबह होने ना दो आज ख्वाबों से मुलाकात करो जी
कलरफुल सितारे ज़मीन पे है सारे काफिया सारी रात करो जी हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हेलो जी हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हेलो जी
हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हेलो जी हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हेलो जी उड़ तेरी नजर मेरी ओढ़नी के साथ में दिल का रिमोट जरा रख अपने हाथ में तू अकेला नहीं तेरे जैसे कई बहके जो बात बात में
Hi everyone, this is the last photo for the reception so that the bride and groom can get some food before we continue on.
मैंने जो भी कहा तेरी आंखों में भी पढ़ लिया
इशारों इशारों में ना हो गुजारा चलो मेरे साथ चलो जी ए हालो रे हालो
हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो हेलो जी हालो रे हालो हालो रे हालो rewind ने पुरानी लाख रोका तैयारों ने एक ना कर तू मनमानी सुनो कल रात की कहानी पीली rewind ने पुरानी लाख रोका तैयारों ने एक ना कर तू मनमानी दिल मुझे एक सारा कहती मेरे कोल आ सारा मुझको ये तू बता क्या तेरा दिल है लापता दिल छोड़े सादा हो
सड़कों पे चले जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे बेबी फायर नकली से न करे तू करे जब देखे हमें झूठी लायर काला काला चश्मा जचता तेरे मुखड़े पे जैसे काला दिल जचता है तेरे चिन पे अपनी अदाओं से ज्यादा नहीं तो 10-12 लड़के तो मार ही देती होगी तू दिन में
तुझे जैसे 36 फिरते हैं मेरे वर्गी और न होनी वे वर्गी और न होनी वर्गी और न होनी तू मुंडा बिल्कुल देसी है मैं कटदी ना तो सूढ़ी वे मैं फेड अप हो गई हूं मुंडिया मैं फेड अप हो गई हूं मुंडिया सुन सुन के तेरे दुखड़े वे मैनू काला चश्मा ओ मैनू काला 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 ओ मैनू काला चश्मा जचदा रे गोरे मुखड़े ते मैनू काला चश्मा जचदा रे गोरे मुखड़े ते जचदा रे गोरे मुखड़े
Just bound.
नचदे टपदे तेरे नाल सोहणिया वे खुल गए ब्लैक कलर दे मेरे वाल सोहणिया वे नचदे टपदे तेरे नाल सोहणिया वे खुल गए ब्लैक कलर दे मेरे वाल सोहणिया वे तू कीता जो दिल मैनू पर तू कीता जो दिल मैनू पर झटपट मैं मन गई ओ मुंडियां ते कुड़ियां दी ओ कुड़ियां ते मुंडियां दी ओ मुंडियां ते कुड़ियां दी गल बन गई ओ बन गई गल बन गई मुंडियां ते कुड़ियां दी अख लड़ गई ओ लड़ गई मुंडियां ते कुड़ियां दी गल बन गई ओ बन गई गल बन गई मुंडियां ते कुड़ियां दी अख लड़ गई ओ लड़ गई क्यों आ रहा है तूने हवा में भांग मिलाया इतना मजा क्यों आ रहा है तूने हवा में भांग मिलाया दुगना नशा क्यों हो रहा है आंखों से मीठा तूने खिलाया
वो तेरी मलमल की कुर्ती गुलाबी हो गई चली चाल के गाना हो गई पिचकारी चल गई मुझे मारी सीधी सादी चोरी शराबी हो गई चीज पहन के जो तुमने मारा ठुमका तो पड़ोसन की बारी हो गई पिचकारी मुझे मारी सीधी सादी चोरी शराबी हो गई
दिल धड़काए और सीटी बजाए दिल धड़काए सीटी बजाए बीच सड़क पे नखरे दिखाए हो करके इशारे हो लड़की हो लड़की आँख मारे आँख मारे हो लड़की आँख मारे आँख मारे हो लड़की आँख मारे
कुड़ियां दे बिच फिर हंसदी खेलदी हंसदी खेलदी
All right, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed dinner. It was delicious. We're going to continue with the proceedings for the night. We're going to start off by playing a really fun game. You guys might have heard of it. It's the shoe game. We're going to learn a little bit more about the pair. So make sure you grab a seat. There's more in store for everyone. Everyone, if you could please grab a seat for the next part of the event. Thank you very much.
लम्बे लम्बे सिल्की जे वाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी जिदी कमर ते टैटू है कमाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी जिदे लम्बे लम्बे सिल्की जे वाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी जिदी कमर ते टैटू है कमाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी
तेरे उत्ते आया मेरा की कसूर लब तेरे नाल पाया मेरा
For this game, we're going to try something unique. We're going to set up a... If everyone could get seated for the next part of the event, please. We've set up a Menti so to let everyone else in the audience vote as well. So the code is up there, but it might be a bit hard to see. So if everyone could join menti.com, menti.com. We'll flash up a QR code as well afterwards. If everyone could get seated again, please.
देखो तो हसीना को आना भी करीना को तुमको का फीवर है चढ़ने लगा थोड़ा हार्ड सा होके थोड़ा जेंटल सा होके थोड़ा
Once you're on menti.com, the code to enter this particular quiz is 1911 9400. So it's 1911 9400.
लंबे लंबे सिल्की जे वाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी जिदी कमर ते टैटू है कमाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी
तेरे उत्ते आया मेरा की कसूर लब तेरे नाल पाया मेरा की कसूर
साडे बारे दस तेरा की ख्याल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी लखदा ए नखरा है तेरा नी स्वैग सारी दुनिया तो वखरा है तेरा नी वखरा है तेरा नी एक लखदा ए नखरा है तेरा नी स्वैग सारी दुनिया तो वखरा है तेरा नी करके है क्लब च बवाल ओ कुड़ी कौन नचदी ओ जिदे लम्बे लम्बे सिल्की जे
सहरी बाबू दिल लहरी बाबू हाय रे पग बांध गया घुंघरू मैं छम छम नचदी फिरा छम छम नचदी फिरा मैं तो चलूं हौली हौली फिर भी मन डोले हवे मेरे रब्बा मैं की करा मैं छम छम नचदी फिरा मैं छम छम नचदी फिरा पनघट पे मैं कम जाने लगी नटखट सी मैं शर्माने लगी
All right, everyone, if we can ask everyone to sit back down for this next event. This will be a good bit of fun.
So the next part is the shoe game, as Utkarsh has already mentioned, and we're going to get everyone to play along.
If everyone could please sit back down. Let's give everyone a chance to enjoy this. All right, let's start with a pretty nice question. So the rules of the game, essentially. Yep, I'll say the rules of the game, and then we'll say the instructions to get into this quiz again. So I see some people have already started voting, which is great. The rules of this game are essentially, we'll ask a bunch of questions to learn more about the pair. For example, most likely to take charge when organizing something. And they'll vote. Each person in this couple will vote whether Dhuvi or Didi is more likely for that particular question. So once again, the way to enter this is menti.com, menti.com, and the number that you type in is 1911 1911 9400. Awesome. So let's get started with the first question.
All right, so the first question. Most likely to take charge when organizing something. Urvisha, you got to pick one. Last minute. Last minute? Oh, yeah. So the couple both have voted Dhuvi if it was last minute, but it seems like everyone else thinks Urvisha.
That was a pretty vanilla question, don't you think, Chana? Let's get.
Or no one knows Urvisha very well.
Yeah, that's true. Let's get a little bit more spicy. Who do you think is most likely to have the messiest car?
I think Dhuvi's in the lead pretty quickly on that one.
The couple know the truth. If you have seen my sister's car, I'm so sorry. Car rattled for a solid month and we were trying to find out what it was. It was a water bottle from a year before.
Who is most likely to binge an entire show?
He's thinking about it.
Dhuvi, you're supposed to answer before you look at the poll. Clearly no one knows Dhuvi's love for Friends.
Next question, and this is something I've faced a lot from them. Least likely to answer phone calls.
And the couple say it's Urvisha. That must be pretty bad because Dhuvi's horrible.
Actually, fair enough. Every time I try to call my sister and she doesn't pick up, I call Dhuvi, and then he tells my sister to pick up.
I think Dhuvi only answers your phone calls then.
This is something that's really dear to both of their hearts. Who do we think is the most serial offending napper?
Dhuvi has a lot to learn from my father.
We hope they enjoy married life because they'll be awake for like 5% of it.
Who is the funniest of the pair? A lot of people seem to be like being bullied by Dhuvi and find it funny.
I think we have a broken definition of humor.
Who is the least romantic? Urvisha, you went up on the polls very quickly. Who has the craziest friends?
Yeah, I guess keeping in mind that someone is going to do a backflip.
And the person that doesn't know how to walk properly, so. Who is most likely to win an argument?
Bit of a tie on this one, but the audience don't seem to think so. We've got about 90% for Didi.
I think the audience is assuming Dhuvi's a very good husband then.
I think there's a different definition of winning, Jenna.
So that's all our questions from poll point of view, but does anyone else want to ask the couple a question?
Raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question to the couple.
Hold on, we've got one here.
Who is more likely to do the ironing of clothes?
You guys are not going to look well dressed.
Back to Lakers singlets, Dhuvi.
Who is the most likely to give up in an argument? I knew the answer.
That's only for Urvisha though.
Who is most likely to make the cup of tea in the morning?
You've had tea from my sister every time you've come over, Dhuvi.
He said in the mornings, he must have learned from my dad. He knows how to boil water now, remember?
Who's more likely to buy the popcorn at the movies?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you both. And my question is, you are being loved to each other from long time, and these all the questions people are asking. I think you have got all the answer for that. But my answer is that if something going to be wrong, who will get the first, that who can compromise and set up all the things? Wow, I love you, Risa. Beta, love you, beta.
Hey, Dhuvi, congratulations. Who's most likely to start a fight?
That's just Dhuvi being nice.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think we have time for 2 more questions.
All right. Who said I love you first?
Who's most likely to get a speeding ticket?
I concur, Dhuvi drives like a grandma.
Who's more likely to take the cousins out for a dinner?
We'll hold you accountable to that, Dhuvi.
Don't forget, we have cousins too. All right, shall we move on to speeches? So first up, we have a few of Dhuvi's groomsmen, Jessamine, Sharajan, and Levine, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Oh, wait. Just...
If everyone could please settle down.
Yeah? Sweet. To my Tamil Makkale Vanakkam, to the Guju Juju family, Jesse Krishna, and basically everyone else here who's uncultured, good evening. Before I begin my speech, I just want to address that unfortunately I'm just feeling a little bit sinusy and a bit under weather. So if I do sound emotional and look like I'm tearing up, I'm not. I'll do my best to say my part, so forgive me if I sound a bit awkward. My name is Jesse, and standing beside me on my right is Levine, and to my left is Shari. We are one of Dhuvi's crazy friends. We are pleased to share a few words about Dhuvi and Urvisha to you all, and it brings us no greater pleasure to make them regret that decision for the next 3 minutes.
The three of us have all met Dhuvi along various stages of his life and under separate circumstances. Personally, I remember the first time that I met him. I'm not sure if he does. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. He was at a mutual family's function at a church, and he was in year 10. He's a bit shorter than he is today, but still about the same size. It's a little low, but you know, it's just reception that we can roast him. Our conversation was about as typical as you'd expect when you're talking to a angsty, braced, sharp-witted teenager for the first time. Bit of a traumatic train wreck. But little did I know from that first moment, or my first interaction with him, that a few years from that day, that I was actually meeting someone who would turn out to be one of my close and reliable friends. I'm sure everyone here tonight who has got to know Dhuvi well would agree that he's a very reserved and careful person in public. The man has made sure to compose himself in front of his friends for an extended period of time to ensure that no one had any roast material to present at his reception. In fact, trying to pull dirt on Dhuvi had been a bit of an arduous task for the three of us. And so for that, we want to commend Dhuvi, someone who is stoic, composed, and mature in front of his friends and family. However, when they are out of sight, as in when out of sight from his friends and family, and especially under the influence of alcohol, Dhuvi brings out a completely different side. I'm not going to disclose too much about what this side is. However, I'm going to assume he's going to drink a lot tonight, so you'll meet him very soon. But just to give you all a little teaser of how loose he can get, I'd just like to divert everyone's attention to the slides, where we'll play a little clip and just make sure the sound's on, please. Thank you. No sound, that's a little awkward. I mean, a picture paints 1,000 words, but I mean, the soundtrack really adds to it, so please. Please put some sound.
You can sing it.
I'm not going to sing it.
Right, so now that we have seen Dhuvi's loose side, so let's talk about a side of Dhuvi that a lot of people love about Dhuvi, but also hate at the same time. So Dhuvi and I met for the first time at a music class. I walked into this class and there's this guy sitting on the floor that looked like Arjit Singh, but had braces and glasses on. Yep, all I got from him that day was an awkward smile when the teacher introduced us to each other, and then he didn't say a single word to me the whole time. Then I walked home thinking then, damn, this guy's rude, and then I don't want to talk to him ever again. But it didn't take too long for him to be one of my closest, reliable friend that I could ever go back to in like any situation. So Dhuvi can come off as a bully if you're an outsider, but if you get close to Dhuvi, the more Dhuvi roasts you, that means more Dhuvi likes you. That's the ratio of him bullying you is sort of represents how much you like you. And when Dhuvi starts roasting you, he has no filters. When I say no filters, absolutely no filters. There's been times when Dhuvi's picked up on my worst insecurities and made fun of them. And we still love Dhuvi the same way. I don't care if, we don't care if Dhuvi picks on us, because outside of all this, Dhuvi's the most beautiful soul and such an amazing character. Dhuvi, don't stop making fun of my receding hairline, my beard. You can still say the same thing. But Dhuvi, just don't forget that you haven't changed your hairstyle in 20 years, and yeah, just Time for a new haircut. I heard that Jesse and Vitagan know a good barber in Richland, so we'll take you for a trip next time. All right, so Dhuvi, we have seen the roasting side of Dhuvi. We have also seen the nice side of Dhuvi. But as Dhuvi's parents mentioned at the start, Dhuvi's also really involved in sports and stuff. Dhuvi can also get really competitive and stuff. And it's kind of like evident in like most of our board games night to cricket to all of the things that we have done. And the thing with Dhuvi, doesn't matter how much you beat Dhuvi, you lose to Dhuvi one time and he is not afraid to tell you how bad you are. And it will keep on going until you regret playing sports with Dhuvi. That was this one time I ended up, so we had this cricket team and we were short of players, and then we ended up calling in Dhuvi because we really were desperate for players. And then that day I got out only 100 runs short of my century, and then and then Dhuvi came into bat, and then Dhuvi hit like a beautiful boundary and scored 10 something runs. And then as soon as Dhuvi hit that boundary, I knew that I was in trouble because Dhuvi didn't stop talking about it for the rest of the day, and yeah. Anyways, thank you, Dhuvi, for being such an amazing friend. And those of you know me, I can get into pickle like bit of a pickle at sometimes, and I show my immature side to selected people, and Dhuvi, you're one of them. And thank you for being such a great friend. Also looking after me, Urvisha as well. And like you said, every time we go on like hikes and stuff, I can be a bit immature, and Dhuvi and Urvisha have been looking after me and taking care of me. I know it's weird, sounds weird, but it's actually true. Thank you, Dhuvi and Urvisha, for being such an amazing soul and always being there for us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I can only assume that Urvisha and Dhuvi had a long and troublesome conversation about who to choose for today's speeches. And that's because they share a lot of friends. I say share, but really all of Dhuvi's original friends became Urvisha's friends because she's more interesting. And that's a statement seldom said about water engineers, so. For those who don't know me, my name is Levine, and there's a simple reason that me and Dhuvi are friends. You see, when half of Brisbane is asked if they have a friend that makes eternally cringy jokes, a friend that feels the need to provide quasi-witty running commentary on everything, or expose people's failings just to be their friend, half of them would point to Dhuvi, and the other half would point to me. We basically remain unashamedly loyal to a 1994 sitcom with a laugh track. When asked to speak tonight, I thought about all the ways I could hijack this opportunity. I thought about trying to be the unspoken but yet ever-present third brother in their family, but Jenna's giving me a weird stare, and I think Rosie's growling. So I'll kind of not use that idea. And then I think Vindan Mama is going to be the target of all of Dhuvi's bullying. And he has a lot of anger to get out after today. So I definitely don't want to contribute to that either. So I'm kind of left with only one option, and that is strangely to be nice to Dhuvi. And it's really hard because he does spend, and at this point has been labored significantly, but literally 80% of his life in a tattered Lakers jersey with peeling numbers. So you can see that I'm faced with a little bit of a challenge. Anyway, under threat of death, I have to be nice, and thankfully there's a lot to be nice about. I once mentioned in passing that one of my family members had passed away, and that is a terrible pun, I know. Dhuvi was there within the hour, beating uncles far more seasoned in buying idiyappam, and most importantly with a container of his mum's mock chicken curry. Amma has placed significant trust in Dhuvi. He's actually protected me from many cliff edges and many other miscellaneous calamities. In fact, if it wasn't for Dhuvi and Jenna, regrettably, I probably would have gangrene from Bali. Whether it's my birthday or particular concerts, Dhuvi will be there. He, of course, will make a point of pretending that he's not free and will not tell anyone, but he will be there. So Dhuvi is a man of few words, but definitely impeccable timing. It brings me joy to recall that I once found Urvisha and Dhuvi at my house trying to surprise me for a birthday. I was an hour late and they were still there laughing with my mum about all my childhood memories. To sum it up, I think some points are more eloquently or slightly more eloquently made in Tamil. And I think that a myriad of Rajinikanth and Sarath Babu movies have kind of told me that Natpukku Nandri Kadanillai, meaning that I think if we were to keep tabs, I would owe a great deal to Dhuvi, and I think I owe him a great debt. I think I've said enough things for a lifetime of immunity against Dhuvi's vicious wit. But in case I haven't, I'm going to say one last cringy thing. Dhuvi often complains that I don't call him Anna. He's right, technically, but he makes a point of making me try and do that. But the reality is that if I was to call him Anna, it would diminish the strength of everything that we've built together. Thank you.
Thanks again, Levine, for trying to be the third brother.
Levine's been called Thambi number 2 in our family, and surprisingly, I'm not number 1. I'm number 3.
All right, next up we have Dhuvi's closest high school friends, Kusal and Andy.
Whoever's speaking first.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kasal. I'm one of Dhuvi's groomsmen and also high school friends with both Dhuvi and Urvisha. I'll be given strict orders to keep this speech nice and short, but as you can imagine, condensing more than 10 years of friendship and memories into a few short minutes is an extremely challenging task. So when penning my ideas about this speech, I thought it would be best if I could take you all down memory lane to reminisce a shortened version of how Dhuvi got his wish. So I first met Urvisha on the second week of grade 8, way back in 2009. From memory, Urvisha missed the first week of high school because she was returning from holidays. We had a seating plan allocated already and we were sitting in alphabetical order, hence I ended up in the front row, and because Urvisha became later, she was made to sit in the back row from the get-go. I think on her first day itself, our teacher was explaining something and he started calling out Urvisha's name. He called Urvisha's name multiple times, and so we all looked around to see what was going on. We all saw Urvisha just staring out the window, daydreaming in a world of her own. Her attention was only regained after the teacher walked up to her desk, slammed his hand down, and Urvisha was brought back to the classroom. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Urvisha that we know that is all good, educational, very smart, got into trouble in her first day of high school. So that was her last day as being a back row bandit in grade 8. She was automatically asked to move to the front row and she ended up sitting next to me. The first conversation I recall with Urvisha was she introduced herself and asked for my eraser. Urvisha, I still haven't gotten my eraser back. It's been 15 years, could I please have it back? So that was actually the inception of our friendship. Fast forward a few years to 2012, a new kid from New Zealand commenced grade 11 at Mansfield State High. He actually was introduced to our group by accident. He thought he was going to join us because we were the cool kids. But he soon realized we really weren't. We were actually the nerds in grade 11 and 12. But he was absolutely gutted about it. But he did not leave. He felt he could assert his alpha male dominance, and it was actually Andy that unfortunately caught most of this brutality. If you ask Dhuvi, he would say that Andy would not be here and be the person he is today without Dhuvi. Am I right, Dewey? During high school chats between Dewey and I, it would center around how much about cricket and how much better the Sri Lankan cricket team was back then, hey? Unfortunately, we can't say because they're pretty crap right now. And the other thing is, Dewey had a massive crush on Katrina Kaif. We can have a look at the screen just to see how much he loved Katrina Kaif. So this led us to many animated discussions between whether Katrina Kaif or Deepika Padukone was hotter. So I'm going to need a bit of help from everyone here to put this debate and settle it once and for all. So, could I please get a yay for Katrina Kaif? Who's hotter? Can I have another yay for Deepika Padukone? Yeah! I reckon, Dhuvi, it's universal. Deepika Padukone's much hotter, mate. Sorry. In grade 11, I remember Urvisha, but we were not in the same class, but we all had mutual classes together. I remember one day in grade 11, Urvisha asked me, why is Dhuvi so mean? As you can tell, Dhuvi being mean is very universally known right now. So my reply to Urvisha was, who is Dhuvi not mean to? It wasn't until grade 12 that Urvisha's group of friends and her joined us for lunch, and Dhuvi and Urvisha were at constant loggerheads with each other. And it could be about anything. So for those who thought Dhuvi and Urvisha were high school sweethearts, I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but this definitely was not the case. So, you all may be thinking, how did two people who barely spoke to each other and basically hated each other in high school get together? The simple answer is cricket. Towards the end of 2014, Dewey and I was playing a game of cricket for one of our mates' teams. He was running after a ball, his leg got caught in the turf, his leg gave away, and me, just being a first-year physio student back then, knew that he had done some injuries. He has injured his knee. It turned out that he ruptured his ACL. Soon after, Dhuvi had surgery, and it was during this time, probably a bit high on pain meds, that Dhuvi started messaging Urvisha. A friendship started to blossom, a friendship soon started, which blossomed into romance. And the rest is history. How's that for a Bollywood romance story? As any relationship, Dhuvi and Urvisha will tell you that they had to navigate many ups and downs. As a close friend, I can't be any prouder to see how far you both come, both personally and professionally. I've seen firsthand the way you both navigated those times. To be here today is truly inspirational. Can you put the next slide on? To Dhuvi and Urvisha, I wish that I believe that you both were destined to be with each other. The love you have for each other is pure, so pure and strong that even a heavily inebriated Dhuvi during his box in Bali could only tell how much he missed you and how much he loved you. Urvisha and Dhuvi, I would like to take this opportunity to say, I love you guys. Make the next chapter in life be filled with never-ending love, laughter, joy, and many memorable adventures. Thank you.
All right, my name's Andy, and I will finish our speech with a nice toast that will be short and sweet. I've known Urvisha since primary school and Dhuvi since high school. I've known them separately and together, and can say that their best qualities have rubbed off on one another and complemented each other beautifully as well. Dhuvi has become softer and kinder. Yes, he was meaner compared to now, yep, in at one point in time. And Urvisha has a certain spiciness and sassiness about her now. We have had the privilege to see their relationship grow, and excited to see what's in store for her with them in the future. So here's to the new Mr. and Mrs. Everyone please raise your glass. Cheers to the happy new couple, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusal and Charlie. That was very insightful. So next up, we have two of Urvisha's closest high school friends, Roya and Benny.
Hello? Urvisha, when I first met you as Benny's friend at Mansfield State High School to help me with my Maths C homework, I thought you were so incredibly smart, and a lot of you may find this hard to believe, but kind of intimidating. I felt so sheepish when Benny had to drag me along to meet her maths guru friend. You just did all these complex problems that I found super difficult like a breeze. I remember we would come to you at lunchtime when you were sitting on the grass eating your samosas, and you would answer everything like this wise, intelligent goddess. Little did I know back then you were anything but intimidating. As I slowly got to know you better during our bus rides, I saw you as kind, selfless, genuine, hardworking, dedicated, and fierce. You soon became someone that I was so proud to call my friend. I guess it also helped that Mrs. Riddle thought we were sisters, so I felt our bond just blossom naturally. There are so many moments of kindness that I can share, but one springs to mind that I will never forget. Is when we were in chemistry class and I was having difficulty compiling a document for an engineering scholarship, and you stopped what you were doing, as serious as she takes her studies, to help me. You were always there for me when I needed you, no matter what, throughout high school and uni and long after, because that's who you are, selfless and caring. Examples of your dedicated and hardworking attitude include dealing with Dhuvi. No, I joke. You are focused and motivated. And I think anyone who knows you and has worked with you can see that plain as day. Not to mention your stress management skills. If there was a huge, difficult uni assignment, I'd be messaging Urvisha frantically on the next steps or if she'd gotten the same answer as me. And sometimes she wouldn't reply. Then, after an hour or 2 or 3 later, I'd get a response. And she'd be like, "Oh, I just had a nap. What's up?" Then she'd finish the whole thing in like 10 minutes. Unbelievable. There's never a dull moment with you, Urvisha. And she's going to kill me for mentioning this, but remember that time you broke a massive glass chute the size of a room at the UQ Hydro Labs during your thesis? Now, in all seriousness, you're a person who stands up for what is right and you follow your heart, your pure heart. Apart from that thing you did in Bali, you know what I'm talking about. But what happens in Bali stays in Bali. These qualities you possess, Urvisha, I know are what attracted Dhuvi to your presence. I think for me, the turning point in the change of friendship with Dhuvi to something more romantic was around the first semester of uni. We would hang out together in the science hubs during our breaks, and someone was telling a scary story. And you said your jerk reaction at the climax was to jump and grab Dhuvi's arm, who conveniently was sitting next to you. I remember you were telling me this, you were shocked too, and I think you may have secretly realized that there was some feelings maybe formulating deep inside. Then slowly your relationship began to grow. Something I did notice though was that the more time you guys spent together, the more savage Urvisha's sense of humor became. I think Dhuvi did play a part in really bringing you out of your shell and bringing out the best in you. I never recall you two having fights, and if you did come to any moments of difficulties or uncertainties, such as Dhuvi potentially working remote after graduating or you moving to Tasmania, I'm so glad that didn't happen, by the way, you two communicated with each other and always supported each other. Now it's time for me to wrap it up. I really enjoyed writing the speech. I honestly think I was smiling the whole time, recalling the times we shared together, and how far you both have come. I wish I could say the same thing for the time spent learning the dancing. It has been a pleasure watching you grow, Urvisha. having you by my side at the ups, downs, and moments of crossroads. Remember, I will always be here if you ever need to share a Coke by the lakeside. Urvisha and Dhuvi, I think Urvisha said it best, you two truly complement each other. I know you will continue to support each other. I know you will continue to hold each other's hand through everything you will go through in life. And I know you will conquer the world together. Dhuvi, I know you will take care of her pure heart and your lives together will be full of happiness. To the bride and groom.
Can you hold the mic for 10 seconds for me?
Yep.
In the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, I better open this quickly. Too many phones. Shh. Thank you. So, we've finally arrived at this glorious day. After years and years of discussion on the type of husband she wants, or the type of marriage she should commit to, or the type of, or how friendship turns into love, and vice versa, Urvisha is finally married. I have literally waited 10 years to give this speech because what I'm holding here is my wedding speech for Urvisha that I wrote back in 2013 for our English homework. And no, Dhuvi was not part of the scene yet. I won't read it all because short and sweet, but I would like to highlight a few things that represent the authenticity with which Urvisha lives her life. She is now exactly how she was 10 years ago. A little more of painted nails and curling her hair every now and then. But she's still the same overly observant, intensely kind Urvisha, who's also somehow always lost in her own world. Okay. So this is for everyone who was initially intimidated by Urvisha, including myself. Like Roya mentioned, people think, oh, that smart chick, there's a maths genius, or that nerd who always carries her graphics folder around. But as a friend, I discovered the true Urvisha. She's just like me, you, or any other girl. She hates doing her assignments, but she really wants to be something in life. She loves having fun, but in her own unique style. And of course, our bridal gang is proof of that. She even becomes a girly girl sometimes, which she hated back in high school. Like the time she asked me to open her cola can because she was afraid that she was going to break her nail. And this was in high school, can you imagine? I want to share an interesting fact. So Urvisha actually met my mom years before she met me. Back in 2009, Urvisha and I lived only 2 streets apart. And my mom was going to a class in the morning, and Urvisha was at the bus stop going to school. My mom accidentally took my child-to-go card, bus card, and Urvisha had a concession card, coincidentally. Without even any hesitation, Urvisha offered my mom her concession go card instead of my child go card. Some would say, this is really kind of her. I would say, what were you thinking, offering to a stranger so easily? But this is Urvisha. And she has one thing that makes her stand out. She never judges people. Or she hardly judges people. No matter what situation you're in, she still sees good in you and tells you to jump over this rock that's in your path. I'm sure this is why everyone, especially the groom, loves her. So speaking of the groom, I'm still reading off of the original speech, by the way. Speaking of the groom, you're one lucky guy. However, I have one advice for you. Urvisha is always right. If you think she is, let her know. And if you think she isn't, just buy her some sushi. She loves sushi. But now that I know who the groom is, I want to share something with you, Dhuvi. Urvisha once told me about this dream she had. There was this bus. She was getting on the bus. She looks around and notices that actually every single passenger on that bus is someone she knows. A friend, a cousin, a relative. Every single face she recognizes. And obviously she goes around looking for a seat. Unfortunately, they were all being taken, except for one. This is an actual dream, by the way. Except for one. So she approaches the seat. It's a little further back in the bus. And she realizes that the person that she'll be sitting next to, that's one face that she can't recognize. It's a mysterious man. Trust me, we had a long discussion on this, like trying to figure out the meaning of this dream. So when I look at you today, it is so obvious that you're none other than the mysterious person, bus passenger, blending into her world, her people, and sitting by herself through every bump of the ride. Urvisha and Dhuvi, I've always found your friendship and love towards each other very inspirational. In fact, ever since they started planning their wedding, this song has been running in my head, and obviously I'm gonna sing a little bit of it. But it's not for Urvisha and Dhuvi, it's actually for Mr. and Mrs. Kiri and Mr. and Mrs. Muralidharan. Before I sing it, I'd like to loosely translate this song, the lines for you. It's a really old song, Hindi song. Whichever house she goes to, she will create a heaven. Now that she's leaving one home to go to another, to build another home, she will uphold the respect and values of not just one, but both the tribes. And this is the prayer and the wish that Babulji, the bride's father, will be sending her off with. So don't worry, auntie and uncle. You have found a royal prince for your daughter, and she will be treated like a queen. जिस घर जाए स्वर्ग बना दे, जिस घर जाए स्वर्ग बना दे, दोनों कुल की लाज निभा दे, यही बाबुल जी देंगे दुआ, यही बाबुल जी देंगे दुआ, कि रानी बेटी राज करेगी, खुशी खुशी कर दो विदा, तुम्हारी बेटी राज करेगी, महलों का राजा मिला.
Now we'd like to invite the couple on stage to say a few words as well.
start it off. Hey everyone. I had a speech prepared, but my phone died, and I don't remember any of it. So I think Dhuvi will just do the speech tonight.
Sorry, just having some technical difficulties opening this. So, as some of you may know, I'm not the, well, I'm a terrible public speaker. And as a lot of people here have demonstrated today, I struggle to be serious and for more than like 2 or 3 minutes at a time. So I'll try to keep this relatively short. And I felt the need to avoid cliches, but given that I wrote this last night, this seems, it was hard to avoid. So it's going to be full of cliches. Buckle in. If you want, get your cliche counters out, see how many I get to. First, on behalf of Urvisha and myself and both our families, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's here today. Thank you to all our family who have travelled from Canada, USA, India, Sydney, Melbourne, friends that have made journeys from New Zealand and interstate. Your presence and blessings have made us feel more special. Now, there's a few people I need to thank just because of how amazing they were. First of all is Mala Mami, who without her, we honestly would not have been able to get through this wedding. She walked us and Amma and Appa through every step. There were multiple calls at all times. You know, she was trying to take care of her grandchildren, and Amma would call, she'd still answer, no hesitation, always willing to help. And I can honestly say it wasn't just that, it was actually the fact that you were so flexible with making sure we tried to include Urvisha and her family's traditions as well wherever we could during the ceremony. And that meant the world to both of us. So thank you so, so much for that. Next, I need to thank Suren Uncle. I'm not quite sure where he's sitting, but he helped us immensely on the day with the wedding, as well as saving us multiple times, coordinating with the priest and making sure that everything went smoothly behind the scenes on the wedding day, doing everything. And once again, thank you so much. That was immeasurable. And also thank you to all the aunties and uncles here from both my side and Urvisha's side who helped with lending us things, coming and packing things, moving tables and setting up the reception hall for us yesterday evening, making food for us as well. You honestly made our lives a lot easier, and we're very, very thankful for that. And then next are our groomsmen and bridesmaids. And for those that were at the wedding yesterday, which should hopefully be all of you, you would have seen a lot of these guys running around, serving entrees, serving water, fixing the aisle, Pranavan and Saravan, wherever you are, fixing the aisle in the middle of the wedding to make sure that the aisle was scented. Our cousins serving everything. Honestly, without you guys, with our cousins, this wouldn't have been possible yesterday. We didn't need to worry about anything else except being on the mandap, which was absolutely amazing. And not to mention, you guys put hours of work in for dances that I know some of you did not want to do. And you did it just for me and Urvisha's sake. So thank you very, very much for that. And then mentioning dance, I need to thank some people. Haley, Ovia, Jesse, Amrish, Kogul, working tirelessly to choreograph for us because me and Urvisha are terrible dancers. Without you guys, those dances definitely would not have looked anything like they did today. Lastly, I should first thank all our the decorators, the caterers for this whole 4 days, Our photographers, Siddharth Photography, have done an amazing job. Pranil, who's been DJing, DJ Thesi, amazing job, and look forward to more in a little while. And then obviously all our family members on both sides who have done such an amazing job in the last few days and even few weeks, helping out, setting up the house. Like, I know from my side, Amma and Appa were stressed. They had so many tasks and everybody was just chipping in. It was so nice, not just to see you all in one place, but see everybody coming together and just being a family. And honestly, I can't appreciate that enough, and I can't thank you guys enough for that. Okay, moving on to Amma, Appa, Mummy and Papa. We know that these last few months, Urvisha and I have not been the easiest to deal with. We have been very adamant about things, we have caused a lot of disputes, and we are very aware of that. But we want you to know we harbour an immeasurable gratitude for everything you have done for us. To be honest, there's no possible way we can show you how much we love and appreciate you. You raised and guided us through every chapter of our lives, never once wavering in support. And you're the reason we are here together today, and more than that, your legacy is the blueprint for how we want to raise our future family. We obviously can't forget the brothers and our also wonderful MCs for tonight. Give them a round of applause. These two have basically been at our beck and call for like the last 3 months. If there's something that needs to be sorted out and we're super stressed, these are the guys we go to. And they have just done an amazing job, from organising family, transport, choreographing, chauffeuring me around, mediating some disputes. And honestly, on top of all of that, we have to thank you for helping raise us and shaping our personalities. And in Jenna's case, probably directly influencing my personality and hobby in many, many ways as I followed you around for many years.
And maybe I go. Just gonna say something about each other now. They say nothing in life is constant, and having known you for about a decade, I now understand how true it is. Our relationship has evolved from high school to uni to working life, through getting closer with each other's family and friends, and even the past year with the wedding planning. I cannot say I am the same person I was, or you were the same person I knew, but I know we have pushed each other to be the best version of ourselves today. I'm very excited about our new chapter ahead and seeing how our relationship evolves in the coming years. You compliment me in many ways. There is never a dull moment with you. I promise to always be by your side, supporting the Crusaders, Lakers, All Blacks, but we can discuss the cricket later.
All right, now I'm going to just add another cliche to the books. I should thank Vinny for this one. She helped out immensely. And to everybody that understands Gujarati in the crowd, I apologize for any mispronunciations. Urvisha, tu jane che ke hu dil ni vaat bo jatav to nati. એટલે માને ખબર નથી હોતાને કેવે રીતે કહો કે તારું સા મહત્વ છે મારી જિંદગીમાં. 11 વર્ષ પહેલા હું ઇંગ્લિશ ક્લાસમાં બેઠો હતો જ્યારે એક છોકરીએ મારી પાસે આવીને મને મેથ્સનો સવાલ પૂછ્યો. મને એ મોમેન્ટ બારીકીથી તું યાદ નથી, Pan evi kabar, pan nati ke hura, chokri jore lagan karish. Sada agyar varash pachi, aje pantu ev je rite, tari adbut vato ti maru dil jiti leche. Tari bijani taraf daya, Shraddha namrata ani agri vastuo ni keverite. Sachavu. E bo prenmat che. Pan kadach tari sauti sari vat eche ke maru varamvar majak masti karya chatai. Tu mari andar sara gunjove che. Puro prayatna karish ke tara mate ek shrest and layak husband bani saku. Urvisha tara mate maro prem divase ne divase vatto jay che. Hutari jode and jivan yatra karva mate bauje utsuk chu. All right, so we just all want to thank you all one more time for being here. I know this weekend is one we will remember for the rest of our lives, and you have all made it more special than we could have ever imagined. Now, I'll let the MC take over one more time, and then we'll get the formalities over with and get to the dance floor.
That was a beautiful speech. And one last dance to get the dance floor started. And we expect all of you to join us as it comes to an end.
கண்டத பேசி டைம் வேஸ்ட் பண்ணாத பையன் தங்கம் மிஸ் பண்ணாத சாரே சாரே யாரு அல்ல பிரபு ஜோய் அள்ளி அள்ளி புட்டு அல்ல பிரபு ஜோய் சாரே சாரே யாரு அல்ல பிரபு ஜோய் அள்ளி அள்ளி புட்டு அல்ல பிரபு ஜோய் வாக்கு வெத்தல மாத்தி முடிச்சு பையன் வந்தாச்சு ஏ பூவை தொடுத்து சேல மடிச்சு பொண்ணு வந்தாச்சு
தமிழ் தெரியாதா ஹிந்தில ஒன் செகண்டா
पूनम के चांद को घूंघट लाई तेरे लिए दुनिया से नजरें चुरा के
पीछे तू आगे मेरे खाई तू ही बता जाऊं मैं कहाँ मुझको दुआ किसकी लगी भाई आके बता रहा हूँ जो यहाँ
इल्ले फिकर आजा इधर बीट पे लगा ले तू ठुमका
1 2 3 4 get on the dance floor 1 2 3 4 get on the dance floor shake the one go hard show ya hit the body hit it give me some more 1 2 3 4 get on the dance floor shake the one go hard show ya hit the body hit it give me some more
Everyone come dance.
धड़काए और सीटी बजाए दिल धड़काए सीटी बजाए बीच सड़क पे नखरा दिखाए ओ करके इशारे ओ लड़की ओ लड़की आँख मारे ओ लड़की आँख मारे आँख मारे ओ लड़की आँख मारे
जहाँ जहाँ जाऊँ मेरे पीछे पीछे आए गली गली के आशिक बाबा मेरा होना चाहे
हाय जहाँ जहाँ जाए तेरे पीछे पीछे आए हमको है दीवाने तेरे तेरा होना चाहे
सीटी बजाए नखरे दिखाए सीटी बजाए नखरे दिखाए बीच सड़क में हर नाम मेरा पुकारे ओ करके इशारा ओ लड़का
ओ लड़की आँख मारे आँख मारे 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 ओ लड़की
दिल है मेरा दीवाना क्या कहता है अब घबराना क्या ताल पे जब झूमे बदन हिचकिचाना शर्माना क्या खुल के झूमो खुल के गाओ आओ आओ ये खुल के कहो It's the time to disco It's the time to disco कौन मिले देखो किसको It's the time to disco
दिल है मेरा दीवाना क्या कहता है अब घबराना क्या ताल पे जब झूमे बदन हिचकिचाना शर्माना क्या खुल के झूमो खुल के गाओ आओ आओ ये खुल के कहो
It's the time to disco It's the time to disco कौन मिले देखो किसको It's the time to disco
करना वो जाके अपनी भैंस चराए।
आज की रात है, कल से वही से पे है, जी भर के नाच लो ना, घर वाले ना माँ पे है, सब पे अपना राज है, करने की क्या बात है, ये तो बस शुरुआत है, ये तो बस शुरुआत है।
अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है। अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है। अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है।
पानी 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 और दिन भी सानी 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 आ जाओ on the beach यार फोटो मेरी खींच कितनी किस्मत होगी तेरी कर तूने ये बात न मानी आज ब्लू है पानी 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 और दिन भी सानी 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 आ जाओ on the beach यार फोटो मेरी खींच कितनी किस्मत होगी तेरी जो तूने ये बात न मानी
होने लगा सनसेट भाई तेरा फुल सेट है मोशन भी देखो मेरा बनने लगा देखो तो हसीना को आना भी करीना को तुमको का फीवर है चढ़ने लगा थोड़ा हार्ड सा होके थोड़ा जेंटल सा होके थोड़ा सेंटी सा होके थोड़ा मेंटल सा होके सारे 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 Let's not joke. चलो नाचो Everybody let's nacho चलो नाचो चलो नाचो कर डांस खुला रोमांस खुला कर डांस खुला ओ बात सुना कर डांस खुला रोमांस खुला ओ बात सुना नाचो नाचो
குட்டி பப்பினா take me
Hey, yes, silk sata. நீ வெயிட்டு கட்ட லவ் சொட்ட சொட்ட talk me
Hey my dear மச்சான்